One more minute. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome everyone to our January voting session. Our call to order. Roll call. District Clerk.
Thank you. President Letitia Walker, Vice President Shirley Baker, Trustee Shamika Brown, Trustee Kathy Corbin,
Here.
Trustee Felice Holder, Trustee Brenda Moore,
Present.
Trustee Gerard Morris,
Present.
and Student Trustee Tristan to arrive for public.
Thank you. Pledge of allegiance. Thank you. May we repeat our mission statement? To inspire the passion for learning and educating all students to achieve their full potential. Thank you. Okay, may we have first adoption of the agenda? Holder first. Corbin. Okay. Well, we will go into exec session. Purpose of the exec session is for legal updates and personnel matters. May I have a first? More. Thank you.
Will the gentleman from Syntax please come forward?
I'm not quite sure.
Good evening, community. Welcome to our January board meeting. Thank everyone for coming out. Turn this over to our superintendent.
Thank you, Vice President Baker. I'd like to take a moment to thank our MLO administrative team for hosting tonight's meeting. Thank you. I'd like to also welcome all of our families and our scholars that are in attendance this evening. Tonight's presentation, first presentation, will be from our MLO team, led by the principal, Dr. Darby.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for coming to MLO. Thank you for coming to see our school. If this is your first time here, welcome to MLO. And if you are like most people in the neighborhood, you've gone to this school, so welcome back. I am Dr. Darby, the principal of MLO. This is Mrs. Clinton, one of our APs. Our other AP, unfortunately, had to go. The flu that's going around took him down, but he's here in spirit. Thank you for coming. We wanted to just show some of the progress that we're making at MLO, not we, our students are making with the help of the students, the staff, with the help of the staff, administration, and PPS. MLO, leading, teaching, and learning with respect, integrity, and dignity. Everything we do every day revolves around ensuring that our students, staff, administration, and anyone else who visits us, we lead with respect, integrity, and dignity. And the purpose for being here is teaching and learning. Next one. Presented by Dr. Michelle Darby, Mrs. Kimberly Clinton, and Mr. Stanley Pellick. The quote you see there is by James Baldwin, one of my favorite authors. For these are all our children. We will profit for or pay for what they become. And that's how we lead our school, and that's how we lead our students and teachers. All of the children belong to us, and if we don't do right by them, we will pay for it. But that's not what we're here for. We will profit by what they become. Portrait of a graduate. New York State has now developed what's called the Portrait of a Graduate, meaning from K through 12, when your child comes through our system, by the time they graduate, let me see this thing. They will have acquired the skills not only to be literate and educated in the world, they will acquire those soft skills that help us become good people through social emotional competence, cultural competence, literacy across the content areas, innovative problem solving, critical thinkers, global citizens, and effective communicators. We work as a district, as one district from K through 12 to ensure that by the time our students graduate from Wyandanch, they have all of these skills that will help them be successful. Since we've begun here as a team last year, we started concentrating on the social emotional competence with the help of our PPS team, our student support services, our staff, outside help, and central office. This year we are concentrating on literacy across the content area, because if you can't read, you can't do anything. And you'll see that our scores show that we are well on the road. ELA. Thank you. ELA, the first one, if you look over there, if you see New York State, the blue bar, proficiency in New York State is about 51%. That's across New York State. Post-COVID, everything changed. But testing changed, scores changed, the way our students learn, the way we teach has changed. So what we see it as is a hard reset. So New York State literacy across New York State is 51%. Here in Wyandanch, we are at about 6th grade, we're at about 23%, 7th grade, we're at about 22%, and 8th grade, we're at about 29%. While that those numbers don't seem the greatest, we are progressing. So if this is the chart I'd like you to see. If you look at the first part of it, the green indicates proficient, the green in level 1 indicates 49% proficiency. I can't even see this. 49% proficiency as opposed to New York State 44. But what's more important for you to concentrate on is the fact that we started at level 1 at 49%. We have decreased our level 1s, and now we are now at 44%. So 23 to 24, we had 49% of our students performed below proficiency. But within a year, they have improved, so now we have decreased our level 1s. When we decrease our level 1s, that means levels 2s, 3s, and 4s have the opportunity to go up. So while we decreased our level 1s, we increased our level 2s, we increased our level 3s, and level 4, which is at the top, we are stable. So that says to us that we have a lot more work to do. So ideally, if we flip the chart, our level 1s should be all the way at the end. Our level 1 should be really low, and our level 4 should be the other way. So keep this chart in mind as we continue to increase. Eventually, our level 4s will be the highest, and we will have very few level 1s. This is not magic. It cannot happen in 1 year. If we promise you that would happen in 1 year, we would not be telling the truth. We would be mentirosas. Learned that word today. I was called that. But we are telling the truth. So we hope to have a 3 to 5 year increase over every year. So eventually we will get to level 4. How do we plan on doing that?
She's a little taller than me. So one of the things that we're taking into account is not just the summative data. So summative data means it's one test that gives you a summary of the year. Our formative assessment is also very important. So district-wide, we are all using the formative assessment, iReady. Our iReady gives us benchmarks in between that end-of-year assessment that we all take in June. So we have a beginning-of-year assessment, which starts in September. Our mid-year assessment will be in February, and then we have an end-of-year assessment right prior to our state assessments in about May or early June. So this is our beginning-of-year data that you see here. As you can see, similar to the graph shown before, the greens, which you see the greens with the dashes and the greens, that is you're performing on or above grade level. Your yellow is you are approaching grade level. Our solid red is going to be 1 grade level below, and then our red with the slashes are going to be 1 or more grade levels below. So this is a starting point. However, this is not where we plan to live, and this is not where we plan to reside for a long time. This is where we started in September, which is also very relative to where we ended in June and what those scores are telling us. However, you sold the clicker. If you're looking into a deeper dive, you're looking at the green bar being broken down into those critical ELA skills. So we are anywhere from phonics to high frequency words to vocabulary, comprehension on both if you're reading fiction and nonfiction. As you can see, our students are coming in with the ability to read, meaning they know their phonics for the most part. They are able to identify high frequency words, and they're even working pretty well with vocabulary. But when it comes time to those critical thinking skills, as far as comprehending the text that they're reading and and analyzing the text, that's where we are working a little bit harder. As a result of us, if we do what we are supposed to do as a school, when we do what we are supposed to do as a school, I should say, these are our June projections. So our June projections are basically calculated for us by iReady, which if iReady alone, if they do their 45 minutes a week and they pass at a minimum of 2 lessons, this is our June projections. In addition to that, obviously, we are also putting in some additional work. So what we have already done is already had targeted professional development with the help of Dr. Wright. We co-facilitated a professional development where we talked about critical reading skills. We analyzed iReady data points as well as planning and what does a AIS lesson look like. So AIS is Academic Intervention Services. It should not look like my normal ELA class because at this point I'm needing some type of intervention. So we had to go over that, delve down into what those time, every minute of the period should look like. That way our children are getting the most out of that 40 minutes. We are also having our observation and feedback cycles that are focusing in on the same skills, data chats with students, and iReady supports. What we have coming soon is our mid-year assessments will be taken at about the first and second week of February, right prior to the break. After we have those results, we will be revisiting the AIS grouping. So academic intervention services is not a place where you live. If I'm identified in September for academic services, I could graduate out of that and leave space for some more students to receive the same help. We also are going to have continued data chats based upon their mid-year assessments. We will have a school-wide March Madness event, which will be spearheaded by our very own Ms. Gagan. Thank you, Ms. Gagan. She started that initiative last year, where students are watching their time and their lessons pass, similar to a basketball chart. And we have competitive, both on an individual and in homeroom basis. The students got very into it, and I feel like that definitely promoted a push for iReady right prior to them getting ready to take the test in June. We're also going to have a round 2 of professional development where we're going to focus more on data tracking and what that looks like now that we've gotten the instruction down pat. So overall, our literacy launch that's going to be going forward is we're going to continue to have teacher professional development. Our professional development has been focused in on Danielson Domain 1, which is planning and preparation. For planning and preparation, we want to make sure that when the teachers are sitting on their own, that they have the data sources and that they know what they should be presenting in front of students. If they don't have the plan, they're preparing to fail. So we want to make sure that we're preparing them at that initial stage first, before we even talking about getting in front of students. What does your preparation look like? We'll be doing data deep dives to improve progress. We are going to continue our AIS and enrichment ELA classes, which are aimed at that targeted instruction for, okay, this is my ELA class, and then during enrichment, it's what the students need. Based upon small group instruction, I may pull 5 kids because they have a similar need at the point, or they may be focusing on a specific challenge, and I'm going to give them targeted instruction. Then I may change the groups at the 20-minute mark. We also have, thankful to have our ENL, ELA, and special education lead teachers this year, which are helping to push all of these initiatives. We have increased PD opportunities that we are offering for our staff if they find something both inside and outside. We have people that we are partnering with. We are also looking forward to our collaboration with Dr. Kwan that will start in February, where we will have every week will be a walkthrough Wednesday, where we are going to really check the temperature of our classrooms with an eye not only from ourselves, but also from Dr. Kwan, and Thriving Thursdays, where each subject matter will have a targeted professional development weekly. So this is really going to delve down in addition to our Monday PDs to make sure that we are all on the same page and we're all moving forward.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have begun without thanking members of MLO for coming out. Someone told me last year, when you get MLO teachers to come out, you're really doing it. So thank you, MLO teachers and all of MLO staff for coming out. We really appreciate you coming out tonight. Teachers, PPS, lead teachers, security, PTA, thank you for coming out. So now we're talking about math. So math is actually an anomaly. In most districts, children do better in ELA than they do in math, just for some reason. But in this district, actually, we are doing better in math than we are in ELA, and we are still trying to figure that out. Well, but I think it's more because it's the concreteness of math. 2 + 2 is 4. No questions about it. You learn it, you know it, you do it. So across the New York State, again, they're about 51 to 56%. We are now in the 27 to 30% range, which means we have some work to do, but we are doing better. This chart is the one I love, MLO Math on the Move. Again, like with ELA, our level ones are decreasing. Again, that is a good thing. That means that the students who were performing at the bottom of the scale are now doing better. Where do our level ones go? They don't leave. They go to level 2s, level 3s, and level 4s. And as we found out this year, they're also not leaving us to go to the charter school. They're actually coming back to us. So we are really on the move. Thank you. Thank you. So we definitely are. In 6th and 7th grade, we take NYSED, the tests that go from 3 to 8. But in 8th grade, we've now changed to Algebra for All. 2 years ago was Algebra for 2 classes. We now made the move for Algebra for all students. And we are doing really well. If you look at this chart, you see, if you go to the far right, if you look at the far right, New York State is at 56% proficiency. MLO is at 58% proficiency, and these are with 8th grade students. So we are doing better than New York State. So we are really doing well in algebra thanks to our math teachers, but not just our 8th grade math teachers. It starts in kindergarten, and it goes all the way up. They don't acquire these skills in 8th grade. They acquire the skills between K and 8, and we hope that we prepare them so that when they move up to the high school, and I see a number of high school staff, that we have adequately prepared them. If we have not, send our babies back to us. Send them back. Send them back. Ms. Clinton will now talk about the iReady as it relates to math.
So similar to our ELA discussion that we just had, we also have the iReady for math. Here in the math, it's a little bit different where we're basically 1% off from where we're performing in ELA. However, there's less reds and more yellows. What does that tell me? That those yellow students are basically what we call our movables. Those students can quickly be moved right into that green with just a little bit of assistance. So, and also that small section of red can be moved into the yellows. So here we're going to pride the students on their progress, not their perfection. We're not asking every student to be a level 4, we're just asking them to be better than when they came. So if they are taking everything in from their teachers, from their enrichment teachers, in their AIS sections, they can definitely make the growth in order to jump from one shade to the other. This is also showing you a little bit of a deeper dive. One of the big things that we're noticing is the students are having challenges in their numbers and operations. In the numbers and operations, once you don't have that solidly, it's hard to move on to other concepts. This is why we have things like math foundation classes and math enrichment, where those foundation skills are retaught and solidified. These are our June projections. This is where the students will be projected to move if they are doing those things that they should be, as I spoke about earlier. But in addition, I don't want to repeat, but the highlighted areas are going to be done for ELA and math, so I'm not going to say them twice. However, there is a math enrichment school-wide for targeted instruction, in addition to our 7th grade, where we notice our students get a little antsy in 7th grade, if anybody has ever had a 7th grader. So there we're even doubling down, and they have a math foundations course in addition, where they're focusing on those real-world connections and project-based learning in order to make them excited about math and bridge that gap so that they are ready for 8th grade algebra. We also know that in the research, it says that assisting with literacy will assist across all the curriculum. So we're hoping that our big focus and push in ELA will also turn over and show us some success in math. A lot of math is reading now, a lot of word problems, a lot of real world connections where you actually have to understand what you're reading. What we're doing coming soon is also going to be the same professional development that we rolled out with the ELA. We will be doubling down on those for math as well. Also, our AIS and math foundational classes will support the math skill acquisition. So that's just going to be something that we're continuing with our math.
In 8th grade, we test in math, ELA, and science. Science tests, we have them in 4th grade, 8th grade, and then in high school, we have a few regions. I will skip to this chart. So This year and last year, our students, most of our 8th graders took the 8th grade assessments, 19% passing with 31% opting out. You'll see later on, we'll talk about that. As of about 2014 with Common Core, when Common Core came along and there was so much pushback, parents were given the opportunity to quote unquote opt their children out of test, meaning refusal. From 3 through 8 and in high school, they could not do that. You cannot opt out of a Regents. You cannot opt out of midterms, which we had to let parents know also. We are doing a push this year to ensure that our students are tested. And it's not to report them to anyone. It's not about the state. It literally is about giving us the data that we need to move forward. The data that we receive from the 3 through 8 testing is how we decide classes, how we decide, I'm thinking that, I didn't know my time is up. That's how we make many decisions. So to the parents in the audience and to the aunts, the uncles, the cousins, the educators, the community people, when we ask that the students take the test, it's not for us and it's not to put students through needless testing. What we do is literally take the data so we can, and we disaggregate the data using BARS, B-A-R-S. It's a system that comes through BOCES, where we can literally drill down to each student and find out how well they're doing in the skills acquisition. The skills acquisition is what the students need that will make them literate readers and make them people who can not only read the New York Post, but ideally read New York Times. There's a level difference there. It's the skills acquisition. So we try to speak to our children in terms of learning these skills that will take them throughout their life. So science, we had 19% passing, which we have to improve on. Last year the Regents we gave was the Living Environment Regents. We had a 50% passing and 0 opting out because you cannot opt out of a Regents. However, this year we have made a change, which is why you don't see a lot of data about living environment. We have moved forward to earth science. So now we have 2 classes who will be sitting for the earth science Regents. The 3 of the reasons we switched to earth science was it builds a stronger readiness for future high school science sequencing. So if they take earth science here, when they get to the high school, they can go to living environment, chemistry, physics, will ultimately, hopefully lead to AP science. It also provides the foundational skills needed for high school success. Earth science is more concrete. The same thing I said about math. When I was in school, I found chemistry so hard because I could not figure out where these elements were. I could not work it out. Earth science is easy. It's the earth, it's the clouds, it's the air, it's the water. It's a lot, it's concrete. So our students can grasp it better than living environment. 2, offers more cross-disciplinary real-world engagement, which is aligned with developmentally appropriate cognitive brain function for adolescents. Again, it's concrete, they can touch it. If any of you had middle school children, you would know they are concrete, they are busy, and they need to be kept engaged. When I spoke to my earth science teacher in her observation last week, I said, if we're teaching about clouds, the best way to teach about clouds is to go outside. Look at the clouds. Let's take some trips to estuaries and see what's outside. If the children can grasp it and literally touch it, it'll make them understand it more. It's more concrete. Once they get that foundation, those foundational skills, when they go up to the high school, it'll be easier to grasp the more esoteric skill sets like living environment, biology, chemistry, physics. Lastly, earth science pathway supports overall Regents' academic performance. So we believe that if they do well here in earth science, by the time they go to the high school, they will do better. It's the vertical articulation from K through 12. We are one Wyandanch, one district, and we hope that everything we do here carries up to the high school, and we hope that everything that the elementary school does carries up to us. So this year we have 2 classes taking earth science, and we'll talk more about what we want that to look like in the near future. STEM search. Oh, okay. You have the STEM search. I can't see that. Okay, so this is it. So what we hope to do is do a 3-year longitudinal study. You cannot make a decision based on 1 year of anything. You can't make a decision based on 1 year of working at a job. You can't make a decision 1 year of driving a car. You go a couple years, you get a 2, 3, 4 year lease. So in the 3-year longitudinal study, we hope to measure the academic, engagement, and progression outcome for students taking earth science. And then that'll open up a future discussion that you may be party to, the board, definitely central office. At some point, do we want to move to earth science for all students? We moved to algebra for all students, and we found that we are at 58%. So let's see where we go with earth science. So after this first year, we will take a step back and see, what did we do? What did we do right? We have to continue. What did we do incorrectly? We have to improve on. A 3-year study will let us know, should we continue in the earth science track? We also need to do more professional development, expanded targeted K through 5. K through 5 is common branch, so we hope that we can get some concentrated skills assessment in each area, and middle school science PD to strengthen foundational skills and ensure readiness for Regents level coursework. And again, like I said, that vertical articulation, the established consistent collaboration between middle and high school science teams to align curriculum, labs, and expectations across grades. When we knew that we were moving towards earth science, I think it was in June, our earth science teachers started working with the high school science staff, and thank you so much. Thank you to Mr. Sibley's and Mr. Rios for allowing this to happen so we can get a start on earth science, and now we are in it. Earth science I find to be so much fun, as you could probably hear in my voice, so board, you're welcome to come take a look at our earth science classes. Nice and slat. You've heard that a lot. We have New York State English as a second language achievement test. We are about 73%. ENL, English as a new language, or ELL, English language learners. This is a lot of information. Essentially, ENL classes are for students to acquire the English language, not to the exclusion of their home language. Being multilingual is an asset in this world. I tell students all the time, all things being equal, if we went for the same job, same certification, same experience, the person who speaks 2 languages will get the job. So that's what we are hoping for. So we do not want to replace our students' home language. Our students who speak Spanish, we want them to continue Spanish, and we want them to be literate, but we want them to learn English. Our students who speak Haitian Creole, a growing population, we want them to keep that Haitian Creole and learn English. And now we have a number of students who actually speak Haitian Creole, Spanish, and English, and French. So we want that. We want multilingual students. ENL is not about taking away your home base or your language or your culture. We just want to add to it. And you have to be able to speak English now in America, even though it's not a national language, but in order to operate. But we want to keep the home language. So we are doing better in ENL, and we will continue to grow. Attendance. I know that that is a district. You're doing attendance? Okay. Attendance, September to December.
So clearly, if you're not here, we can't help you. So attendance is always very, very important. It's a vital part. We say to students that that's the first thing is about showing up, right? So we have our attendance percentage rates here, where September, October, and November, we were going strong. We started out really strong with 93%, and November at 92%. In December, we took a little dip into 86%, but as many of us, have we all been affected by this flu? This flu is no joke this year. So we have documentation, emails, phone calls, doctor's notes, where we have parents reaching out saying, hey, my student is sick. And we're like, good, stay home. Because of the fact that it was going rampant, and it's still going rampant. So we want to make sure that we are keeping our scholars safe, and that if they're at home, that they really are getting better so that they can come back and be their best. So still, with those 4 months, even with that dip, our overall average right now is still at 91%, which is still improving, still doing well at this point. We of course, we're aiming for 95%. So we're always going to be making sure that we're still shooting for higher. We're not going to rest on, oh, we have 93, that's great. We want to make sure that we are improving our attendance at all costs. So the current attendance initiatives that we have are student monthly recognition. That's done on a bulletin board. It's on a loudspeaker shout out. Homerooms are also in a receiving shout outs based upon who has the best attendance, as well as award certificates that are given at the end of every month. We are collaborating with grade level advisors so that we can find out what incentives work for which grade and how to reward those students best, as well as ongoing parent communication. So reaching out to families, ensuring that they are aware if their child is late to school, because I know many people have to leave for work before, so they may not realize that their child is absent, or because Johnny is absent, just once every other week, that adds up. Over time, you have 10 absences throughout the year, you are already in dire trouble. So we want to make sure that parents are aware of how the attendance is going to be affecting their scholar, as well as we're going to be sending out individualized communication as well as school-wide communication. We're going to be also looking forward to trends. So what we noticed is that we had a dip before one of our breaks. So if that's the trend, how do we make sure that students are coming to school before we have now a winter break coming in February, as well as a spring break that's coming up? How do we make sure that before the break that the students don't say, these 2 days don't matter, I'm not coming? They do matter. Every day here matters, so it's important that they come. Ms. Paskoric is also launching a pilot program, which she is entitling Tea with Ms. P, where she's going to be targeting 8th graders. 8th graders who are both doing really well in attendance and that are not doing so well in attendance, in order to pair them together and have some informative conversations to help with their transition into high school. As they transition into the high school, they're probably going to be left a little bit more on their own and responsible for their own getting back and forth to school. So we want to make sure we are teaching them the importance prior to letting them navigate those waters. We're also going to have monthly Parent Square flyers in order to increase engagement, and an end-of-year celebration is definitely in the works for not only students with perfect attendance, but also the students that had the most improved attendance. So let's say September, October, I didn't do so well, but then I made the rest of the year strong. We also want to award you.
MLO moving forward. The last quote we have here is by President Mandela from South Africa. Education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. Between this quote and James Baldwin's quote, I believe that is what we are trying to do for our children. We are trying to profit from what they become, and we also want students to know that regardless of anything that happens in the world, a firm education is really what will get you where you need to be. Education offers you opportunities. It offers you the opportunity to walk into a place and not demand a job, but know that you are the person there to get the job. It offers you the opportunity to start that business. It offers you the opportunity to go to the military if that's what you want. Education really is the key. That's coming from a girl from Brownsville, Brooklyn. Without my teachers in 3rd and 8th grade, Ms. Enoch and Ms. Bing, I would not be here. I really believe in that quote. Education is literally the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. We hope that we can teach that here in the middle school, and I know that it's carried out through other schools.
Okay, so going forward, we'll be making sure that we are using the data sheets that's been provided by Dr. Wright in order to make sure that all students and staff members are aware of their students' data. The only way to push them forward is to know where they are now. We're also going to be working on the Seal of Civic Readiness, which is, I know we didn't talk about social studies a lot tonight, but it's still very important, and that is going to be more project-based and more connecting their social studies learning with the real-world examples. We are working towards individualized scheduling for the future. I'm waiting. Hold for applause. No? Nothing? We are going to be in February, we are starting an after-school academic support where we will have after-school support for ELA, for math, and for science, as well as our earth science. So students, thank you, Mr. Murray. So this is an opportunity for students who are both maybe not doing well in their classes to make sure that they are solidifying the end of the year strong, but also if you want to get that extra oomph before the test, if that is going to build the confidence, then that's what we need. We will also be continuing our SEL. That's not left behind, even though that was our focus last year. One of the big things that we've introduced is caught doing something good. So for example, I had a student that returned a cell phone. They go down on our caught doing something good list. Not this year, that was last year. Caught doing something good list because they were honest. They returned. I've had kids return money. I've had kids take instruments from other students because they see them struggling and helping them to class. All of these things, we want to make sure that we're not only focusing on those students that need redirection, but those that are doing the right thing when no one is watching. So that's the continued SEL support, of course, with the help of our SSS team, all of our staff here. And last but not least, Dr. Darby spoke about the testing opt-out rate. The testing opt-out rate is growing instead of diminishing. So we want to really make sure that parents, when you're opting out, you know what that means. So we've gotten letters on Post-its, and when I call parents, like, why are you opting out? I don't know, because they said they didn't want to take the test. I'm like, well, let me tell you what the test will provide. Once I explain it to the parent, oftentimes they go back and they say, no, let them sit for that test. So we're going to have some informative town halls where we want the parents to come out and be able to ask those open questions, learn about what the test is going to be used for, as well as any ongoing communication posted on Parent Square, posted on social media, so that we are aware of what our students are sitting for. I've also gone into many, many classrooms where the teachers are exposing their students to the test in order to say, you can do this. I know you can do this. The more we're exposing them, the easier it should seem. So at this point, we're continuing to do many, many things going forward, and we want to ensure that obviously MLO is continuing to progress.
And again, thank you for first of all for supporting MLO. Every time, if we call central office, and we call a lot, you are helping to support our goals. Thank you to our staff, to all of our staff who come every single day at 7 o'clock in the morning and even earlier to work with our kids. And if you've ever met a middle school kid, you know middle school is that year. Like I always say, you have to be a certain type of crazy to love middle school, and I am that type of crazy. Also, in those people in the 7th grade, which is the middle school of middle school, we give you the most props every single day. So thank you for coming out. Thank you for listening to our presentation, and we want you to know this is not just a presentation to things we're not doing. Every single thing in there we are doing. We're doing it to different degrees on different days. You won't come in here tomorrow and see everything being done. That's not likely. But you will see different pieces of it and interrelated reliability. Ask your students, ask your children, ask your neighbors, ask your neighbors who work in the school. Ask them about MLO. They'll tell you. We are really doing well in student-centered education. Our students always come first. So thank you for listening, and have a lovely, anyone has any questions? Thank you.
I actually have a question.
Okay.
No, I don't have a question, but I just want to take a moment to, I'd be remiss if I didn't say, about 9 months ago, this is a full circle moment. About 9 months ago, I was here being appointed superintendent, and at the same time, Dr. Darby the interim title was being removed, and she became the principal of MLO school. So what I want to say is, at that time, I didn't know you, but throughout the course of this school year, well, June and the summer and the school year, I've gotten to know you and your team. And I love the energy that I see here, not only from the administration, because it's getting contagious, and I see it happening throughout the building. So keep up the great work. Looking at the data and seeing that there was a decrease in level ones, that shows that you're moving in the right direction. With continued support, I know that you will increase, those scores throughout, your school building. And that, to let you know as well, especially to our community, having Regents data in the 50s in the middle school, that's no easy feat. They are doing well, and especially when you look at the fact that they are preparing students up until that point. So to see that jump happening when they're taking the Regents, it lets you know that anything is possible. So thank you once again.
Thank you.
Dr. Wright, I do have one question for Central Administration. Y'all are good. Last week during the presentation, it was stated that the district has, I believe, or will be moving to IXL. In this presentation, we've heard that the benchmark data was gathered from iReady. So my first question would be, is that change going on right now, or will be for next school year?
Trustee Morris, thank you for the question. IXL is used kindergarten through grade 8, and then for the high school, they're using IXL, and it was because iReady doesn't really meet the needs of our high school scholars. You know, they won't get the information that they need.
If it was being used up to grade 8, then we would have heard about IXL, not iReady, tonight.
No, excuse
I
me.
don't know what he
Excuse
meant.
me.
I just go by what he said.
Excuse me. iReady is used from K through 8, and IXL 9 through 12. Part of my
Okay. So now my follow-up question would be, how we be able to compare the data from two different systems if at the last board meeting, when it was presented, it was shown as to not really being a good measurable tool to use? Whoever can answer, it don't matter to me.
First and foremost, when we're looking at the data, whether it's through IXL or iReady, it's formative data. So actually, you're comparing the student to the student's progress, you know, because you're trying to meet their needs. So after they take the assessment, what happens throughout the course of the next 6 to 8 weeks is that there are tools that can be used to support the scholars so that they can make progress, and then they are assessed again. So it's not really a measurement to see, it's somewhat of a predictor of how they may do on state assessments, but it's not, it's really to, you use it to help track progress and meet the needs of the scholars where they are.
Got it. Thank you so much. We'll follow up in curriculum committee meeting.
You're welcome. Next, I know that there may be, and once again, I just want to thank, you know, the MLO team, you know, for their hospitality this evening. Next, what I want to do is just speak to something quickly and then turn it over to our Board of Education. I know that, you know, that many of our families are here because of some concerns with the senior trip. We have a statement that we prepared and our Board of Education is going to read tonight. And just to let you know that we're trying to move forward and be a support, you know, to our families and to our high school.
Good evening again. I will read our statement with the approval of our superintendent and legal. We understand that many parents and students are very concerned about the status of the trip for the graduating class of 2026. The board, central administration, and the superintendent are extremely proud of our students, and we agree that they deserve a great field trip to celebrate their final year of high school. However, several adults who were supposed to be responsible for properly depositing payments made by parents have not properly deposited that money into the appropriate school district account. Therefore, the district is forced to investigate where the money went. We know that parents and students have saved and given their hard-earned money for this trip, and we are doing everything in our power to track that money. Another problem is that the trip that was planned does not meet New York State standards for an appropriate educational field trip. The board does not have any legal authority to approve a field trip that does not meet the New York State standards. The board also will not approve a trip that contains elements that could put our students' safety at risk. And the trip that is allegedly being planned does not put the students' safety first. It's nice to have fun, but never at the expense of safety. Therefore, are many more problems with this trip that we could mention. However, the bottom line is that the superintendent, his central administration team, and this Board of Education are doing our best to restructure this trip so that our class of 2026 has the opportunity to have a safe and fun trip that is board approved. To put it simply, we were handed a mess because certain employees did not meet their responsibilities, but for the sake of the students, we are trying to clean up that was made. We will continue to keep you updated on this situation, and we appreciate all of our hardworking parents and wonderful scholars. Thank you. With that said, Jessica, do we have receiving and hearing the delegation?
Yes. Okay. So I'm just going to call each name that I have on the list, and as I stated previously, you'll each have 3 minutes to speak. Since you'll be at that mic, I'll be the timekeeper. So when you are down to basically 1 minute left, I'll be giving you the signal, and then once that last minute is over, I'll just state time. So if we can just try to keep everyone on those 3 minutes, that would be great. All right, so first name I have is Stephanie Davis.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, the Board of Trustees, class of 2026, students and family members. I am here this evening as a concerned parent. As you all know, we are here in regards to misappropriated funds for the 2020 misappropriated funds. I see some faces for the 2026 class. I have reached out after last week. I went home. I was a little hurt. My son being in this school for the last 2 years, being a scholar of Half Hollow Hills for most of his high school year, his school. And so I went home and something said, you know, it's all good. We can all come up here and say what we feel and what we believe. But I went to your Wyandanch school district's bylaws, and I started researching some things in regards to fundraising. And so I saw, and I'm hearing a lot of back and forth regarding what constitute as a trip, meaning that you guys are saying that this trip, for some reason, it's not for educational purposes. And we all know that most trips are not for educational purposes when it comes to the graduating class. And so while I was looking over the bylaws, it did say to the extent that educational trips takes precedent over amusement, but it did not say anything to the extent where amusement wasn't one of the things that can be paid for and allow the children to do. So I did go out and I reached out to my lawyer because I am one of the parents who are affected by the monies that was given with the expectation that I was paying into my son's experience for all that he has done. And so I had reached out to the board via email, and I think I reached out to about 14 people on the board, just allowing them and letting them know some of the things that I discovered, what I found, you know, even seeing your resolution, what you are proposing that should happen, and with wanting to give back the money and doing the right thing. And then, of course, tonight, hearing what you just said, you know, it's hearsay, she say, I don't know, I'm not there about where the money could have went to, how the money was collected. But I will allow you guys to deal with that. My only concern is that as a parent who has given their money, and just you guys being the board, faculty, staff, teachers, I worry for them because for these students, it's the first time I remember you guys talking about teaching them real life skills to deal with things of this nature. And I get that. They're gonna learn a lot of things, that life is not fair. But this is not the time for that. I feel like these children spoke so good about the things that should be given to them for all of their efforts. I think you guys said to the extent that they might be the highest graduating class of this year. That alone should have been rewarded. And these children are going off to colleges, whether they're going off to colleges far away or staying home for 2 years and then going off. This trip is educational in the sense where we need to see what we instilled in them. Could they behave themselves? Do they have what it takes to be in society, to socialize, to go out there and show that they have the upbringing that we've instilled not only at home but in school?
That is your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carrie Argueta.
Good evening, everyone. Exactly 1 week ago, I, as well as other students, came to Central and spoke on behalf of the class of 2026. We stood in front of everyone that's here today and questioned why we weren't being allowed to have our senior activities and why it was being held in an account that had no relation to us. I specifically came up here with two of my classmates, Juan Mahano and Mario Mana, and presented all evidence of our advisor's attempts of communicating with Central Administration surrounding our senior activities, in which the evidence was further collected by board members to review. We came up here. We cleared any false narrative that was once believed. We brought out printed emails and presented them to all of you here today. We, collectively, as a community, came out here and demonstrated the urgency of this issue needing to be resolved. We came with emotion, passion, facts, evidence, and an audience. And yet, 1 week has passed, and there has been no resolution in motion to retrieve our student-raised funds in order to act out our senior activities in a timely fashion. We gave you everything you needed. What else could you ask for? Another student demonstration? Another speech? We do not have any more time to lose. We have been offered various extended deadlines from vendors and organizations to get our payments for our senior activities submitted on time. It is because of your unprofessionalism and indecency to arrange a meeting that this has been prolonged. It's unfortunate that we as students had to show up once again to fight for what we deserve and have worked hard for. As I wrap up, please understand that whatever direction this situation takes, this will not be the last time you hear of the class of 2026. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Good evening, everyone. Disappointed doesn't even begin to describe how your complete disregard over the situation has impacted the students of Wyandanch Memorial High School. We are fed up with the repeated conflicts with the administration who are supposedly for the kids. And yet, after another week, there's no resolution in sight. As you all witnessed last week, our community members have the ability to follow through with their actions and do more than just talk, unlike some. Vocal students, parents, and faculty took a stand against the obvious wrongdoings taking place with undeniable evidence to go along with it. We gave countless reasons as to why those funds are rightfully ours. Where were you when we were fundraising endlessly since freshman year? Where were you when we planned the intricate details of our senior trip? And where were you for the Classics Games, one of the most important community events of the year? Don't have the audacity to preach about supporting the students, but then not have the audacity to show up when it matters. There's power in actions, not words, and your lack of action spoke volumes. I had hoped that after hearing the strong advocacy of our community, you would have came to a resolution by now. But yet again, here we are, pleading to get back what we've all rightfully earned. Like I said last week, the class of 2026 is a class of change agents, and whether it's another peaceful protest or taking other extreme measures, we will make sure our voices are heard. Thank you for listening.
Next on my list is Janiyah Bryan.
Good evening. My name is Janiyah Bryan, or as I said last meeting, JB, and I would like to begin by stating how disappointed we are that we have to stand here yet again. Not only to speak up about what's ours, but to continue a conversation amongst us in which the conflict should have already been resolved. But seeing how a few of you were focused on your phones rather than the concerns of your students, I'm not surprised by the lack of proactivity. The conversation around the discourse of us not being able to select classics was a huge one, and yet only 3 board members showed up. No upper administration or our superintendent, people who claim that they are all about the kids. How can you work for a district and claim you make decisions in the best interest of the students when you do not take the time out of your day to support us, to feel how we feel, to put yourself in our shoes and to build relationships with us, to see your students and the districts you serve? You all should be ashamed. As my peer Kiri Argueta said, we came to clear false narratives that were set, we came with evidence, and most importantly, we came with respect. What more do you ask of us? All we are asking is that our funds be released, the money that we fundraised, that we paid out of pocket, the money that we took the time out of our day to go out and earn, money that you did nothing to contribute to. We just want to enjoy the rest of our year as the beginning has already been ruined by you all, and this is time that we cannot get back. You all wanted wolves? Well, here we are. Wolves are vicious, unpredictable, and they defend what is theirs. We refuse to back down and will do whatever is necessary to get what's ours. The class of 2026 are wolves, and we will set the precedent and be back. Thank you.
Next is Wanda Myers.
First of all, I would like to acknowledge the presiding officer, Ms. Shirley Baker, to all of the board trustees, to our district administrators, our students and our parents and the community that is assembled here. Tonight, I represent the Parent-Teacher-Student Association at Wyandanch Memorial High School. We stand in advocacy and as advocates with the parents and the students supporting their concerns. Some of the concerns that have come to us, you already know. But I'm here tonight to just speak about, because parents had a lot of concerns that they brought to us regarding the ECAF account and the funds for the students. With the ECAF account, the student account fund as well. In January of 2022, this board appointed and approved me to be the school student activity treasurer for the 22-23 school years and the 23-24 school years. Now, the student account, according to the New York State regs, and I hope I'm helping some of the parents and even some of the newer board members with clarity. Please excuse me, because I've been dealing with some medical issues, so my breathing is a little off. With that account, according to the state regs, it is to be run by the students, teaching them financial accountability and helping them to learn financial procedures. That account is to be run by the students. The second thing with the account, none of the funds in the account are from from state aid. All the funds in an account, as the students have said, are from fundraising and from donors and people that give to support student affairs. The account is not just for the high school. All of the schools should have an appointed student activity treasurer at the building level that report to the central treasurer who handles the accounts. Usually it's the district treasurer. Now the students, the second thing with the account, as I had taken it over, I questioned certain things for clarity and understanding that did not come. Also, we had received notices that certain funds out of that particular account were to go into general funds for the district and be used for other purposes. That's where a lot of parents have a concern, because their money that they put in to support the senior activities, the money that they pay for graduating seniors, for their trip, the prom, yearbook, cap and gown, that stuff is there to fund those things. But the district was asking for funds out of that account for other purposes which should not have been, according to the state regulations. So we stand here appealing to the district to set the things in order. We understand that meetings have been held and money is being held up, paying deposits on things, which the students need to move forward. The trip needs to be approved, the students' funding and things need to be put in order, paid, and so the district does not take from the students. So we're hoping and praying that these things be set in order according to the state regulations, and that the children will not be deprived of things in their high school career. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Monique Demori.
Good evening, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with our Board of Education trustees, our superintendent and his team, and our guests here tonight. I too want to speak about a trip. It is not the senior trip. Real quickly, I'm just really proud of the scholars who have come up tonight and have eloquently stated their points. I'm very proud of them. There is a trip, and let me say that everyone who I've encountered along this process has followed all proper protocol and procedure. So I need to say that. On my bulletin board, I have the dates for when trip requests must be submitted. On a personal note, since November 25th, I have been put into a role of caretaker. My mom, at her age, has had a major medical event, and my baby sister had it simultaneously. So my Thanksgiving and my Christmas or winter holiday was spent between two hospitals. The stress that it added did not allow me to focus on some things that I would normally have caught, which is the submission date for a trip. So, what I have here is a previous plaque. It has been used at the Wilson Men's Conference. Some of the scholars in this room, some of our seniors, have participated in the Wilton Men's and Women's Conference. I am asking that the Board of Education, as an exception to the deadline submission, and I am taking accountability, and I'm offering the reason why my submission was late, to allow scholars to continue to participate in these very important trips, where it allows the opportunity to network with professionals, folks in various careers, in different workshops. And this conference has youngsters participating from throughout Long Island. So it's approximately 300 to 700 participants in these conferences. So on February 5th, that is when the trip is scheduled. It has been approved on lower levels, right? All protocols and procedures have been adhered to. But given that it was submitted late, the board does not have it introduced as a motion. I'm asking that you all do what only you can do, which is to consider the request and to approve it. The focus was on middle school scholars, but for the last 4 to 5 years, high schoolers, it has been a district-wide trip and conference.
Mr. Moore?
Some of our scholars who presented here tonight are previous participants. The information rests with Dr. Kwan I will submit the flyer, and again, these are our boys who are also now used in terms of marketing to show our participation and all that we've gotten from our participation in said conferences. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next is Tiffany Key. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I want to begin by saying that my commitment to the students has never wavered, and it is that same commitment that brings me here tonight. For those of you who are not familiar with who I am, my name is Tiffany Key. First and foremost, I am the daughter of 1983 graduate and alumni William Key. I am the niece of 1991 graduate and alumni Jacqueline Key. I have countless family members who have went through and graduated from and worked in the Wyandanch School District, and most importantly, I am a student of the Wyandanch School District. My foundation was laid here, and I was blessed to be taught by some of the best teachers and the best staff members. I went on to attend Temple University and Columbia University, and I chose to come back and serve this community specifically because I know what it feels like to have someone that not only cares about you, but understands you because they walk that same path that you're now walking. I currently serve as the lead school counselor in the high school. In addition, I serve as the basketball coach for the JV girls team. I serve as the yearbook advisor and class advisor for the senior class. So yeah, I do a lot. Serving as a class advisor has always been about building meaningful experiences for students during a pivotal year of their lives. However, over the course of this year, persistent barriers, unclear expectations, and a lack of consistent central administrative support have made this work increasingly difficult. Instead of focusing on students, much of the energy has been spent navigating resistance, delays, and uncertainty. This is not the environment in which I do my best work, nor is it the environment that our students deserve. I believe strongly in doing work that is impactful, transparent, and rooted in trust. And unfortunately, this year's conditions have made that increasingly difficult to sustain. Truth is, I'm tired, I'm burnt out, I'm exhausted, and we have so many other things that we need to be focusing on in our district to move us forward. The fact that I have to stand before you today when I have never had to speak in front of the board in my 10-year tenure should tell you all that you need to know. For those reasons, I am willing to make the difficult decision to step away from this particular role as a class advisor. When staff members feel consistently unsupported, unheard, undervalued, the work becomes harder, not because of the students, not because of you at all, but because of the conditions surrounding it. I believe in showing up fully for our students. I also believe that doing so requires systems that show up for the people doing the work. I want to be clear, if I make this decision to step down from this role, it is not about a lack of dedication. I think everybody in this room knows how dedicated I am to these students and to this district. But it's about the reality that dedication alone cannot overcome an environment that does not consistently support it. Thank you.
Next is Tanisha Crawford.
Good evening, Board of Education, fellow staff, and community. My name is Tanisha Crawford. I speak today in the capacity as a senior class co-advisor. It takes a lot for me to stand here because my role as an employee and a resident of this community feels conflicted. At the last meeting and since then, I have been asked by board members, parents, staff, and students why I have not spoken up about what is happening. The difficult answer is that as an employee, you can understand the possible consequences of speaking out. However, I exist in more than one role. I am a community member, a taxpayer, and one of your constituents. Most importantly, I am an educator and an advocate placed in a position to model and teach our scholars how to stand up for what feels right and how to advocate for themselves. As we celebrate Dr. King this week, I am reminded of his quote, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moment of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." So here goes. I understand that you may have been given a narrative that the high school did not provide information about a trip until recently, that we preemptively signed contracts without approval, that we complied with guidelines and requests. I am here to say that evidence that these narratives do not align with the facts. Here are the facts again. Ms. Key and I provided information and requested feedback on numerous occasions. In September of last year, we submitted again senior brochure, which included a complete list of senior activities, medical and emotional checklists for each student, student contract agreements, parental consent forms prepared by the previous legal team. These forms effectively releases the district from liability. We did not receive responses from the emails as deadlines approached. We built the senior packages, secured the rates, we worked to get quotes, negotiated with vendors, secured discounts, and built the following packages. Package E includes a full senior experience at a cost of $1,500. That payment covers the cap and gowns, the senior sweatshirt, the senior yearbook, the prom at Bayview, the prom after party on the yacht, and a Miami senior trip. The Miami senior trip includes round-trip flights, ground transportation, hotel accommodations, 2 Park Universal Orlando tickets, an ATV tour, private yacht beach day, and most meals. This package mirrors the package that we had in 2019 and 2023. All these things were included in those trips. Package A, to clarify, the package covered more than just a senior trip. It covers everything. Package A through D was also collected. These do not include the senior trip. So the question for thought, how would returning the money to the parents help pay for prom, yearbook, sweatshirt, the cap and gowns, when these things cannot be paid individually to vendors? Allow me to go back to the beginning. My School Bucks is a district platform used to collect cafeteria funds. The platform also provides an electronic school store. Many districts inside and outside of Long Island use this platform for school store functions. The class of 2019 used this platform to set up senior package payments under the direction of the then district treasurer. On April 22nd of last year, I requested account information to link the 2026 packages. Central administration gave the approval. The district accounting firm, CAS Accounting Firm, confirmed the setup. All the funds were placed in the ECAF account. Neither I nor the high school holds access to district account information. So being told that the packages should not be put in the ECAF feels a little confusing since the setup was controlled at the district level. Why instead did the district not make another account where these expenses could be permissible? Now, to address the rationale for non-sponsored school trip. For decades, graduating seniors have participated in the senior trip. Unlike other field trips, the senior trip functions as a reward for students who completed a 13-year journey. It is a celebration and a culminating experience. Not every sanctioned activity must teach academic content. Proms do not. Homecoming does not. The senior nights do not. These events contribute to a culture and a student well-being. The senior trip fits that same category.
Ms. Crawford, that is your time. You're giving your time to her? Okay.
The purpose focuses on cultured climate and development rather than instruction. The absence of academic content does not diminish legitimacy. It reflects a different form of growth. Civic identity, social identity, emotional maturity. These outcomes matter. Regardless of the education purpose was submitted in detail. So why are we unable to use the funds for the purpose that the parents and the students intended? What barriers exist only in Wyandanch where we cannot get checks cut to pay vendors? Make no mistake, This is a microcosm of a larger district issue. Why must we struggle to jump over hurdle after hurdle to give our students the same basic experiences every other district takes for granted? This affects both students and staff. As an example, a senior advisor stipend is $3,030. That would equal $17 a day if worked 180 days. The reality is the advisors work more than 180 days. We work extended days texting, calling, and planning with officers. We work weekends coordinating fundraisers. We work summers and breaks preparing activities. It is a lot of work. And we do it not for the $17, no. We do it because we want to see the sparkle and the pride in our students' eyes when they walk across the stage. We do it when we witness a student who has never left Wyandanch take a flight or see the ocean for the first time. We do it when we see them at prom, realizing the beauty we see in them every day. That is why we stand here tonight. We want partnership. We want transparency. We want support. We want the world for our scholars, but we can only do this as one team, one Wyandanch, together. Thank you.
Next is Mrs. K.
Good evening, everybody. Hold on. Thank you. Please forgive me. My son is on the spectrum, so we're working together, and my husband had to work. But my calling was to be here tonight to support these students. And speaking is not my forte, so forgive me. Let me sing you an opera about this, and I will get you there. Okay, so for those of you that don't know me, I'm Nicolette Kasharba, better known as Miss K. I am honored to serve as your high school choir teacher and the 10th grade advisor. Coming today was super important to me. Listening to the student body's disappointment about all these high school things going on was weighing on my heart, and I felt the call to advocate for these students. So thank you for giving me your time. I have spent the last several months attending meetings regarding these ECAF accounts, listening closely and researching the information we have been given. I am here tonight because the current deadlock is no longer just a clerical issue, it is a student crisis. While there are no policies shared with us at the high school by the district when I arrived at the high school, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Lloyd, Ms. Wanda, and Mr. Thatcher held annual meetings with the advisors. We followed guidelines through the SGA handbook with the board approval for every deposit and withdrawal, as well as fundraising and purchasing. Mr. Thatcher and Ms. Wanda were diligent. They ensured every receipt was accounted for, every student's signature was secured, and every vendor was paid on time. We followed the rules and the protocols that were in place, and everything went well at the time. I want to say very clearly what the state of New York says regarding these funds, according to the New York State ECAF guidelines. In Chapter 2, extra classroom activity funds are defined as funds that students raise and are used as they deem necessary. These funds come from admissions, from dues, from sales, from donations. They belong to the students. Furthermore, Chapter 1 in the same document outlines the necessary appointment of officers. This includes a central treasurer, a faculty advisor, a student treasurer, and critically, a chief faculty counselor. The current status we are operating under is not what other districts do. We certainly did our investigation, and our prior system is now the students' funds, we certainly did this, and our prior system is now how the students' funds should be handled. While every other district on Long Island follows these state-mandated roles to ensure success, we are stuck in a cycle of pre-approval forms and no answers. All activities by the students are governed by the students and their advisor. It's not governed by the district. We started these discussions in October. It is now late January and nothing is resolved. Our chips have stopped. Our purchases have stopped. Our reputation with outside vendors are being tarnished. But the ones being hurt the most are these students. The seniors have raised their own funds for the prom and the senior trip. Prom and senior trip are building level, not school district funded events. These students fundraised and paid dues, which is in the New York State guidelines. They deserve their prom and their senior trip. The students that participate and invest their time into school activities represent the absolute best of our community. They are trying to build a high school experience that can be proud of and that they will remember for a lifetime. My question is why? Why can't we correct these mistakes? Why can't we agree on procedures and move forward? I ask you to truly listen, not just to me, but to the students that are passionate about their education. Whether the information you're receiving is incomplete or incorrect, the result is the same. Our children are losing. As the superintendent stated at the beginning of the school year, he desired to build trust. I am asking you, return to the policies and work which comply with the New York State guidelines like all other school districts. Resume business as usual and our programs will flourish again, and reinstate the building level chief faculty counselor in the high school and in the middle school to get us back into compliance. Please let these students have the high school experience that they have worked so hard for. They deserve nothing less. Thank you. We're done.
And now we
Thank you.
are winners!
Thank you. We're done.
Next, I have James Crawford.
Good evening, board. Good evening, community, and greetings to the outstanding students that stood up for themselves. I'm here speaking on behalf as the past president. At walking in, I heard some things that were not true, and I'm not sworn in. So there's some things that are being told are untrue. My main question, and I will foil the information as well, what is the balance of the activity fund? I watch these children work hard to raise funds. I watch these children spend time and time again to meet the needs that the goals that they set to do these activities. Last year, we allowed an unmandated event, a group to take a trip and board approval. So what is the difference? What is the difference? And I have the receipts. Have every single receipt. So why was it the money spent last year that these kids raised? Is that in question? These kids work hard. That trip last year was not fundraised. It was taken. These kids earned it and worked. Blood, sweat, and tears. We told them to do this. This is what we put into them. We told them this is what you're supposed to do. Now we're standing here and there's a question about this trip. Many of you should be ashamed. Ashamed. I'm demanding as a taxpayer, give them the kids their money so they can do this trip. They earned it. We approved trips that was not earned. We approved trips that was to programs and that was not a board approved. They're board approved. They worked for it, they earned it. And tell me I'm lying. Let their money go.
And lastly, I have Katrina Crawford.
Good evening, everyone. I am speaking as a taxpayer and a parent. If the children have done their due diligence, reward them. Because we spend so much time discouraging them and they face so many obstacles along the way. So what is the purpose and the reason that they cannot go on their trip? They're asking you, they spoke with you, they showed up. So what is the reason? We have money for everything else. What about our students? Take care of our students.
All right. Sorry, I have one more person sign in. Shawnee Jack.
Good night, everyone. My name is Shawnee Jack. I just want to address the board. My son, Malik Jack, is in the high school, and there is a program for when your kids go through trauma to get exempted from taking the test. Right. And everything was good on the school side, and they said they was waiting for the board the superintendent to sign off on it, and they came back and said it wasn't signed off on. I don't know what procedure I can take to find out why, especially when the secretary in the school said he was eligible. So I'd just like to get that addressed. Thank you. Good night.
Ms. Baker, that completes the hearing of the delegates.
I would like to thank everyone who came up and spoke. As I had read before, we are trying to make this happen. So just bear with us. I think it's a lack of communication, maybe, but hopefully by the end of the week, you will have something concrete.
I would ask first, before we go to anything, that Ms. Jack's question is answered. Her question is pertinent, and it will help her in how she should proceed with the student, her son, being accommodated. It's not specific to a student, so to speak. It's about a process. If not, I'll hold my breath. So what her question was is, what is the approval or denial process when it comes to granting a major life experience waiver, so to speak, with respect to what was presented to us on the portrait of a graduate, as I so eloquently remember?
So thank you. For major life experiences, for families that have concerns with the process that their students were put through at the high school, I think that's something that we need to speak with families individually with. I know there was a parent that did call. I returned the call yesterday. We played phone tag. We'll be reaching out again tomorrow. But I don't think that's something that gets discussed here in the public. Each case it's a case-by-case situation.
So then my next question would be then is what is the process that was prescribed by New York State Department of Education that would authorize the district to then take it by way of case by case? Because the guidelines came from the state. It was sent to the Board of Education, I believe, in April.
Yes, there's criteria that qualifies for major life experiences, but we also look at we also have to look at performance and each situation case by case, as I stated earlier. And I don't want to get too specific.
Well, no, I don't need to get specific. As we get specific, we go by way of the situation. But my question is, generically speaking, the process.
So the process that we put together is that at the school level, they take each case by case. They have their conversation. That's their counseling team, and whatever teachers are involved in that process. From there, they meet with our director of PPS, and from there, after they decide on who they want to bring forth to the district, it comes to district office, where it first goes to between the director of PPS and one of the assistant superintendents, and then at that point it comes to me for the final decision.
Got it. Okay. So now, for the purpose of professional and public education, is there then an appeal process that can be submitted to the board as in and everything else in the world of education?
I didn't see where there was an appeal process that was granted to the board, but if that's something that the board wants to entertain.
Well, I would ask that it be researched and the board be given a professional opinion regarding it, so that we are well aware of what is the appeal process. Because if you're able to appeal a suspension, if you're able to appeal a superintendent's hearing to the Board of Education, then I would think that you should be able to appeal things like this or present a good case to the Board of Education. And that's generically speaking, not going to each case, because then that would be a part of the appeal. But I would ask that you all look into this. I thought you all would know this as it was presented back in April, but thank you. I got that out the way. Now, as it pertains to extracurricular activities and the fund, because if nobody else speaks, Gerard Morris will. The fund the money is collected by students. According to New York State, I believe it's the Controller's Office, in their manual, that money is then placed into what is the extracurricular activities account, so that those who have been entrusted, which would be your central treasurer, and those in the business office can provide the necessary financial oversight. However, the money, and I'm going to speak quickly, has to be for student purposes. There has to be things like if the class or the officers meet, have to vote out this stuff. The treasurer should be signing off on the vouchers for requests. The district is well aware of what the process is, as it was thoroughly outlined in a forensic audit that was done. I would say it was completed about a year ago. The need for this audit was called out or identified to us back when I was chair of the audit committee by our auditors, which is R.S. Abrams. And they were the ones who told the district that you do not have the proper internal controls in place. The forensic audit is on the school district's website, right on the home page, where you can see it for yourself in writing, that they said that the district did not have the necessary controls in place to provide the much needed fiscal oversight. I don't want to go on record misquoting money, but out of this forensic audit, something to the tune of over $140-some thousand was spent, and there's a big question mark around it, and things regarding that still need to be addressed. But what I will say is that these controls should have been in place. I can only wonder why they were not. But please look at the audit. It is there, and it should be able to assist you in whatever questions you may have. I, too, still have questions regarding this specific trip, and so I'm going to once again bring forth my resolution calling for the reimbursement for the portion that was going towards the trip. And in that, it needs to be substantiated as to who gave what, so that that money can be returned and the parent or legal guardians can make a decision as to what they want to do with their money. All right? And the only change to the resolution is that, being that it was not voted on last week, and that would be the board having to receive a report by today, I'm going to ask that, well, no, I'm not asking nothing. I'm going to change the resolution to reflect the 28th, and therefore it must be substantiated between now and whatever, and the refunds, if the necessary paperwork is given to show who gave what, the refunds would occur on or before the 28th. And I'm also going to call for a special board meeting to take place January 28th at 5:30 p.m. so I can get an answer. Thank you. At the high school, in the auditorium.
I just want to say I'm for the trip, and I would love to see you guys go on your trip. I just, as a board member, last week I did agree for you guys to go on the trip, but after receiving information and looking at the facts and hearing all the facts, it just needs to be done correctly. And there were a lot of things that were not done correctly, and I feel like you, as you know, the students were misinformed. I'm just gonna say that I was for the trip last week. I'm for the trip today, but it just needs to be done the correct way.
And one last thing, I would ask, because this is going to be, well, Mr. Maury, she also just presented on a trip to Long Island Latino Teachers Association. That's the men's conference, or which conference are they having in February? Okay, at Stony Brook. Right, all right. I would ask, I guess it'd have to be an executive session, that we discuss the process, not the process, where it currently is now, and if the proper approvals were there, what's needed next. Because if not, I have a whole lot to say about some other stuff that I saw on social media that I still can't get an answer to. Thank you.
I understand that it's already being discussed, and we will be discussing it more thoroughly in the exec session. Thank you.
May I ask a question? I don't want to be out of order. Can I ask a question? Okay. I just want to ask the question, as you say that there were things that were not done correctly, can we know what those things were? Are you at liberty to say?
We cannot publicly discuss that. It's
okay. All right.
You.
It's on the website.
Huh?
Read the audit on the website. It's there.
Okay. I was told to read the audit on the website, which I already did, but
The forensic audit. One goes from 21 to 24.
okay. The one that's a 21 to 24.
It was just posted yesterday.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to vote on the agenda item. Could I have a first?
Oh, sorry. We're going to do a block vote. Dr. Wright?
He has something else he wants. I would like to ask the board if we could block vote the agenda items since we went over them last week. Could I get a first for a block vote?
Moore.
Second? Thank you. All in favor?
Question, point of order. There are several addendums to the agenda where these resolutions were walked on tonight. And so, as an elected official who has to make these decisions, there's no way we can make them in a one-shot deal.
Mr. Moore, specific, which ones are you talking about? I think it's 13 through 16.
I would put that in the hands of administration
13.
since they walked it in.
13A through 18. So except for those, could I get a block vote for the remainder? Excuse me, speaking out of order. I'm sorry. Is there something you need to say? And you are? It's being handled. Okay. Thank you. Yes. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Thank you for your comments. I just want to let you know that honestly, we do care, and that's why you heard the statement that we are working to try to make sure that there is a senior trip for our scholars. So, but thank you for your comment. I appreciate it.
As I mentioned before, we can't publicly discuss that in public. Excuse me, point of order. Okay. We gave you the right to stand and voice your opinion, so just let us work out the details. And I said before, by the end of this week, hopefully we'll have some kind of answer.
Point of order, I'll help you out there. So, some folks deem this as, when it's hearing or receiving of delegates, that gives the community a chance to talk on whether it's on the agenda or the current status of the district and what's going on. It's up to the governing body if they choose to respond. I'm going to respond, but it's up to them if they choose to, because they say it's, or what Robert Rules says is it's a monologue and not a dialogue. And so with that is that you can ask 10 questions and it's up to whoever if they would like to respond or not. But I tell you what, if you go on the website, there are phone numbers listed for members of the Board of Education. Hold on. Call us. Because guess what? Eventually you're going to answer. You can call Gerard Mars at any time. I'm going to tell you the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. But at the end of the day, it is considered to be a monologue and not a dialogue, so people are well within their right.
Mr. Morris.
People are well within their right.
You're out of order.
I'm not out of order.
Yes, you are. Excuse me.
Point of order.
Okay.
Point of order. People are well within their right if they choose to respond. They're not obligated to. Did that help? Thank you so much.
I think we had on the floor for a motion for the block vote. Personnel through, what is it? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Trustee Baker. Trustee Baker, you are correct. There was a motion to block vote all agenda items except for the addendum, which is 13A through 18.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we pull from consideration of the block vote all resolutions that are before the Board of Education. Thank you.
Could I get a first on block vote 1 through
Point of
14?
order. Point of order. According to Robert Rules of Order, once any board member pulls all or any resolutions from the block vote, the motion to block vote automatically fails.
Trustee Morris, are you asking for each
Trustee
separate
Morris
agenda item
stated-
to be voted on separately? Just so we're clear.
Yes, I'm pulling all resolutions out of the block vote so that they may be considered separately. Thank you.
Superintendent recommendations, personnel, we are doing each one individually.
Yes.
Good evening. Okay, sorry. Good evening, Board of Education. Is on? I'm sorry, guys. Good evening, Board, peers, community. Presenting the personnel resolutions for tonight. 10B1 is a recommendation for our district-wide appointments.
Morris will first.
That's 6-0-0.
Thank you. Moving on to 10B2 is another district-wide appointment.
First. Moore, second. Wait, who? Brown. Those in favor?
Question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this says that this is a revised resolution. What were the revisions for one? And two, the effective date was December the 19th, 2025. Today is January 21st. So this person's already working in the district without board approval.
So no. So the revision came about, we had it board approved before, but the person actually had a different start date, one day after. So we're asking it to be revised so that all of our information is correct for a December 19th, 2025 date.
Okay, so then my follow-up question is this then. In the December board meeting, the Board of Education voted on several folks who weren't even told when their start date were, but it was on the resolution as the next date. So will we also be getting resolutions to change their start date?
No, it was just this one person that couldn't start on that date. So we brought it back.
I
to
wrote
the
an
board.
email about one, and it definitely ain't this person. But we'll talk further.
Yes, sir.
Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? Count is 6-0-0.
Thank you. 10B3 was approved last week. 10B4, a recommendation for some resignations, please.
Could I get a first? Second? Baker. Question? Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? Count is 6-0-0.
Thank you. Moving on to 10B5.
Motion to table for executive session.
Okay.
Is there first? Second? 600. Exec.
Yes, moving on to 10B6, a recommendation for successful completion of probation period.
First.
Morris.
Second. Question. Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? Count 600.
Thank you. 10B7 is being withdrawn. 10B8 is a recommendation for an intent to retire.
First.
Morris.
Second. Question. Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? Count is 600.
Thank you. Moving on, 10B9 was approved last week. 10B10 is a recommendation to attend the conference.
First. Second. Baker. Question. Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? Count is 600.
Thank you. Moving on to 10B11, that was also approved last week. 10B12 was approved last week. 10B13 is an addendum. It's our MLO middle school coordinator appointment.
First. Second.
Morris.
Question.
Yes, quick question. What is a middle school coordinator?
You want to talk to that?
Co-middle school. They're sharing, right?
Yes, the middle school is asking for support for testing coordination during the testing season. They feel the need because they're down an assistant principal and there's 2 people who are splitting the position to make sure that all accommodations for testing are met for our gen ed population, ENL, and special ed students.
So this is only for testing?
This is for any type of testing support throughout NICESLAT, computer-based testing, Regents exams, etc.
Okay, so how does this differ from the testing coordinator that will be voted on when the testing assignments and whatnot are given?
I believe this is that position for the middle school.
At a $3,000 stipend?
My understanding, it's 2 teachers doing working together with the 1 stipend. It would be split.
Okay, so the resolution, does it give us a good picture of 1, what they will be doing, and 2, what they will be paid?
So,
the way I read it, when I see someone's name, a position, and a dollar amount, that tells me that that's what they will be paid, not it will be split.
so the posting was for a total of 6,060, and being that we have 2 co-coordinators, they're splitting that.
Okay, so now can the resolution please be amended to show that this is a testing coordinator stipend position? Or would that be outside of their realm of work? All righty, thank you.
I'm sorry?
It should read how it's presented in the contract, correct?
This is not a position according to our contract. This is but the job description was for a testing coordinator.
I understand that, but a school coordinator, just looking at it, will cause one to ask, what does a school coordinator do?
Understood.
And if I'm hearing that if there's administrative duties, that may take us down the road of, well, do they have administrative certification, things like that. But if they're only coordinating tests, which they can do with a teacher's certification, then it should say that.
They don't. According to the posting, the coordinator did not need to possess an administrative certificate.
I didn't say that. I said that a coordinator position would give one the opinion that in order to carry out the duties of a coordinator, you must. On the flip side of it is that if one is a testing coordinator, you only have to have a teacher certification.
Yes.
So therefore, I think that this resolution, which will show the board that they are coordinating the implementation of testing, the proctoring, and things of that nature, and the filing of the tests in a safe location, that it should say that on this resolution, because even the state could ask, what is a middle school coordinator?
Mm-hmm.
We have a coordinator for other areas in the district that may be administrative positions.
So we could say a coordinator of all New York State and district mandated assessments. We could amend it, please, if we can, Soup, to indicate the MLO middle school coordinator of New York State and district mandated assessments. According to the posting.
That would work because that, I guess, is consistent with the language that is on there when we approve everyone to proctor.
So asking to amend the date of the position to indicate as such.
Did you read it the way it should be, please?
Okay, sure. So it should read MLO Middle School Coordinator of all New York State and district mandated assessments. Appointment. Testing coordinator?
Does that satisfy everyone? Mr. Morris?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have a first and I have a second. Those in favor? Those opposed, those abstaining. Count 600.
Thank you. Moving on to 10B13A, which is also an addendum. This is the MLO after-school extended day academic support appointments. I want to know all of these appointments are funded via My Brother's Keepers grant funds.
May I have a first? May I have a first? Second? Question?
I have a question. All of these positions is put under the My Brother's Keeper grant?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
All of these positions are put under the My Brother's Keepers grant.
Yes, ma'am. That's where it was allocated.
Those in favor? Those opposed, those abstaining? Count 600.
10B4. 10B14 is also an addendum, recommendation for some resignations.
First?
Morris.
Second? Baker? Question? Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? Count 600.
Thank you. 10B15, also an addendum, is a recommendation for a district-wide appointment.
Morris.
Just a minute.
I'm sorry? Leave of absence? So, should I switch the numbers around?
Ms. Wallace, if you could present 10B16 first,
Sure.
and then 10B15 after that.
Will do. Presenting 10B16, please, is an addendum for a leave of absence without pay.
First,
Morris.
second. Question? Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? Count 600.
Okay, going back to 10B15 is a district-wide appointment.
First,
Morris.
second. Baker. Question? Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? 600.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Well, we have another one, 17.
We saved the seat for you.
Just so that we can, yeah, just so that we can formally announce our new Director of Special Education, Miss Rosalina Brown. Congratulations.
Moving on, please. Following the same order, I'm going to present 10B18 first, which is an addendum for a leave of absence without pay.
First,
Morris.
second. Question? Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? Count is 600.
Thank you so much. The last one presented for personnel tonight is 10B17, which is an addendum district-wide appointment. I also need to note, please, we are asking to amend the step to indicate step 3 with a salary of $61,026.
First,
Morris.
second. Question? Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? 600.
I thank you all, and that concludes personnel for tonight.
I just want to take a moment to congratulate Miss Barbara Haynes
Yes.
on being selected to be the new special education teacher at the LFH school.
Okay, could we block vote the rest of them, please? Business and pupil personnel, support, and what would be the other one? Curriculum? Board of Ed. Do you have a problem with that? Could- Mr. Wilson, business.
I'm good almost tomorrow. Business C1 is adoption of the SECRA 2 declaration for the Family and Consumer Science room here at that we're constructing here at the MLO school. And this resolution simply declares that there are no environmental concerns associated with the project.
Morris.
I'm sorry, where is this room gonna be?
We're physically in the high school. It's
Here in Milton Olive.
correct.
Yeah.
It's the current home ec room that's being, I believe, reconfigured, redesigned to be a state-of-the-art, if you will, home and careers room. Chris, I don't know if I was going to ask Dr. Kwan, but do you have any additional information as to the precise location of the room here?
I believe it's in, ooh, that's loud. I believe it's the original footprint. It's right down this first hallway. I think it's the second classroom on the right as you walk down the main hallway here.
So, same room being renovated. Room 20? Room 20.
Wasn't that room renovated before?
Moving on.
Yeah, okay.
Business C2. I'm sorry, Sister Madam Vice President.
Those in favor, those opposed, those abstaining, the count is 6-0-0.
Business C2 is the facility use request, Mr. Gerald Green in Wyandanch 36 North Sports.
First.
Morris.
Second. Question. Those in favor, those opposed, those abstaining, count 6-0-0.
Thank you. Business C3 is another facility use request, this one by the New Life Worship Center.
Morris.
Second. Question. Those in favor, those opposed, those abstaining, 6-0-0.
Thank you again. Business C4 is the required submission of a corrective action plan for the audit report findings for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2025.
Morris.
Second. Question.
What is the correction action plan?
Where or what? I'm sorry.
Where, what?
Oh, I'm hoping you have it attached in terms of what the plan is in your documents. I have mine. So does every board member have the corrective action plan? That's question one.
Oh, great, I didn't read it.
All right, what the corrective action plan is, every school year, every school district in New York State undergoes an annual audit of all of its operating funds, general fund, ECAF, special aid fund, so on and so forth. When auditors do the audit, they have certain findings. Those findings are incorporated in the audit report, and the school district then must develop a corrective action plan to address those findings, have it reviewed by the audit committee, have it then approved by the Board of Education, and once that process is completed, we are required to submit it to the State Education Department and the Controller's Office.
I'm sorry, you said it's reviewed by the audit committee?
Yes. This is, yeah, and it was I think we reviewed at the audit committee meeting back, I want to say a month ago, but it was probably a few weeks ago, early January. It was predominantly with the ECAP group. But I have no explanation as to why it's not in paper form in front of you.
No, it was sent in the board
Okay. Huh. All right, if there are any questions regarding the corrective action plan, I'm fully prepared to answer them. Are there any questions? And lastly is business C5, which is a facility use request from the Eastern Shore New York Links Incorporated for a Black Family Wellness event.
Morris.
Second. Question. Those in favor, those opposed, those abstaining, 600.
Thank you, Madam Vice President and Chair. That concludes business. Resolutions.
Keeper personnel.
Good evening, Board of Education, community members, and staff. Pupil Personnel Resolution number 1 is an agreement between the district and the Middle Country Central School District to provide health and welfare services for a parentally placed student.
Morris.
Second. Baker. Those in favor, question. Those in favor, those abstaining, count 600.
That concludes Pupil Personnel. Next is Special Education number 1.
No, you have one more too.
Oh,
This is, that's all those.
Yes, 10E2 is a recommendation for services between Wyandanch Union Free School District and Nassau BOCES for health and wellness services. And this is for 3 Wyandanch Union Free School District students.
First.
Morris.
Second. Question. Count, those in favor, those opposed, those abstaining, 600.
Special Education Resolution number 1 is a request to approve the attached CPSE, CSE placements.
Morris.
Second. Question. Those in favor, those opposed, those abstaining, 600.
Support Operations number 1 is a contract addendum for LLK Consulting funded to the Title II grant, and we do have a sole source letter that has been forwarded to the business office for the auditors to take.
First.
Morris for the purpose of discussion.
Further discussion, do you mean openly or?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes, it'll be openly.
Well, that's the comment, okay. Second. Baker. Court, okay.
Okay. A question regarding the letter. Has that been sent to the Board of Education?
Has it been sent to the board?
The sole source letter.
No. The short answer is no.
Okay. So where I currently sit and where I stand, as I said last week when I questioned our procurement policy that caps the awarding of contracts at $20,000. We awarded them on September 17th at $20,000. They got the contract, hoolah. Now we're coming back in January to give them an additional $30,000, which leads me to be very suspicious and concerned with respect to this resolution. And I'm not sure how it was done, but it gives me the appearance that it was done so that it was awarded in a way that it would be in compliance with the procurement policy, and then in turn, they would ask for an increase once they're awarded the contract and they're providing the services in order to avoid the competitive process. So with that being said, I don't have any supporting documentation. I can't vote in favor of this.
Could we get some clarification, please?
The original contract was put through with an agreed upon scope of work for the consultant to support the middle school and the high school in utilizing Infinite Campus to build and implement a college and career readiness system of support. That includes the academic planner, that includes training the building staff in order to utilize the academic planner as well as the course request so that students are in compliance with the New York State Portrait of a Graduate. Unfortunately, due to circumstances, many of which played out over the summer in Board of Education meetings, the consultant has used more hours than we originally anticipated. For the work to finish this year, we do need to engage with her more. At this point, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done and put into the system so that the school counselors and the building administrators can utilize it to best prepare the students to meet the needs of the Portrait of Graduate.
So LLK Consultant was working directly with the guidance counselors
Yes, as well as the building administrators.
during the summer.
She did work some over the summer, and then she has worked extensively September, October, November, and December, and has
So-
thus used up the original scope of the contract.
So at the time of the scheduling conversations, why didn't the district not provide the vendor with the known fact about when our guidance counselors work over the summer so that we can strategically schedule and not come back in January and ask for additional $30,000?
So the work where we really used a lot of this money was September, when a lot of the work happened at the high school, and then there were hours spent in September that were not originally planned for.
And what exactly are they doing? Because after the board meeting last week, I was told that they're working with respect to scheduling and things of that nature. But from what I'm hearing they're doing, does not reflect what I see in writing.
So the schedule is only the framework, because if we're not scheduling the students correctly, we're not going to be able to meet the needs. And that includes utilizing the academic planner so we know where students fall on the continuum, what graduation requirements they have not met, and what graduation requirements they have met. Whether that's credits, whether that is, I don't know what, just blanked assessments. In addition, students can utilize Infinite Campus to request their own courses. In order for that to happen, the courses have to be entered in, and they have to be entered in correctly. And then there has to be a workflow behind the scenes so that if you go to request a course that you have not met the prerequisites for, you're not able to do that. At this time, we do not have sufficient staff in the district that have the knowledge of that system to do that on their own. So it's two-pronged. It's putting the system in place as well as training others to use it so that next year we don't need to have a consultant come in, is that everyone knows how to use that. And that comes from the middle school and the high school. In addition, we also need to make sure that students are following the continuum as laid out in the New York State Portrait of a Graduate, which means they have their financial literacy, which means they have met each credit requirement. Those things put into Infinite Campus have to be aligned with the New York State SIRS manual and the course guide.
Now, but with respect to the resolution says that the Wyandanch Union Free School District has contracted the services of LLK Consultant for the purposes of providing leadership, support, and problem solving in the creation of a monthly calendar of activities to support the college and career readiness for students grades 6 through 12.
Correct. So by this moment in time in January, we should have had, correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent and Mr. Wilson, we should have had all of the high school requests for next year should have been entered and already sent to us to analyze for budgeting purposes. That's part of the calendaring process, is knowing in December, by the time the kids leave for Christmas break, they've already requested their courses for the following school year. So that by the time the students come back from spring break, we can give them a mock schedule.
But my concern is that the resolution does not say that.
But that's part of the calendaring process for the school counselors.
But but if the need to increase is based off of them working, and it says that, you know, that they're creating a monthly calendar. So now that would cause me to wonder, is that if they did this and they went well over the $20,000 that was allocated for them, then now I would even ask for time sheets and things of that nature, because if you're creating a calendar for the month, I don't know if you're using a calendar that you got from Roseville School District or Elmont School District and said, hey, I'm going to give this to Wyandanch. I don't know how much time you put in. I know how much time and effort that our guidance counselors put in. But when I hear that we now contracted with an agency to then tell them or assist them, so to speak, in implementing a calendar or a mock schedule, I'm concerned, especially at the price of $30,000. Sorry, an additional $30,000, $50,000 in total.
You've been here. I have a first and a second. Can I get it? Those in favor?
Opposed.
Those in favor? Those opposed? Who
Morris is opposing.
The holder opposed.
Okay.
And might I go on record, Madam Clerk, to back up why I'm opposing? Is that at the last board meeting, I made it clear what the procurement policy says. And we have not been provided any documentation that shows that the procurement policy was followed. And when I see that a contract was awarded in September for $20,000, which is the allowable limit, and then we turn around 3 or 4 months later and then do an additional $30,000, I have my concerns. Furthermore, when I hear that they're doing one thing but it's different than what I'm clearly reading on the resolution, I have other concerns. And I don't know where, and I don't want to point the finger at anyone, but it gives the appearance that this may have been done in a way to circumvent the process of the competitive process to award bids and contracts for services in the district.
Have these people done the work already?
If I may respectfully request that if it's possible for there to be at some point in time this evening, after executive session in which this subject can be more fully discussed and disclosed. And I appreciate Dr. Jordan's deference and deference. I think a frank executive session about why this is necessary, and my belief, open belief, is after that frank and transparent discussion, there will be a motion to reconsider the resolution.
Well, no one is not saying that this is not a necessary service, but what I'm saying is that if we're being told that it's a sole service, and I know there are retired superintendents and administrators that do any and everything in the world of consultation in order to provide services in district upon retirement, then I find it hard to believe, and I don't have a letter before me saying that this is a sole service, that they're the only people that can do this work. And furthermore, we awarded in September for $20,000, which is the allowable limit according to the procurement policy. We then go over that 3-4 months later and say, well, we brought you in at what we are legally allowed to bring you in at, or the maximum, but now, hey, here's an extra $30,000. And what I will say is, you know, it's no secret to us that when the Board of Education had to go forward with get new legal counsel, the state commissioner, through Mr. Chase, informed us of the procurement policy and said that we must follow it even for professional services. So the Board of Education has to follow it. I don't understand how central administration does not have to.
If I could just add very quickly, remember it's professional service. It's subject to a RFP, request for proposals. It's not really a bid. You're not going to necessarily go with the lowest.
I stand corrected. Thank you. But not even for the lowest bid, but just to see what is out there in the market with respect to this service. Because from what I take it, and I'm not well versed on what a sole source is, but I do have common sense, would mean that they are the only source that can provide this work. which I find hard to believe.
You're correct. There are other. Time is of the essence. I'll put it to you that way. And again, I respectfully request the matter be more fully discussed in closed session.
Board of Education, combined session, December 17th. First.
Morris.
Second. Question, those in favor, those opposed, those abstaining. Board of Ed, period of December the 1st through December 31st. Yeah, after this.
11:02.
I'm sorry.
Are you on 11:02?
Claims order report, no, 11A2, yeah.
That's where you are?
Internal claims.
Yeah, okay.
First.
Morris.
Second. Question. Those in favor, those opposed, those abstaining. 6-0-0 count. A3, that the Board of Education hereby acknowledge the receipt of the budget status report for the following periods: December 1st, 25, December 31st, 25 first. Second, first.
Morris.
Second. Question. Those in favor, those opposed, those abstaining. 6-0-0. Be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby acknowledge receipts of the Treasury report for the following period: November 1st, 25, November 30th, 25, pending, meaning. Oh. Okay. First.
Morris.
Second. Baker. Question.
Yes, I have a question. I'll start. According to this treasurer's report, it says here in the notes section that the homecoming funds have not been received. With respect to what can be disclosed or discussed at this time, could I please get an answer on that as to what you mean by homecoming funds have not been received?
Ms. Rosenfeld, if you're not busy, come on up and answer, please. I defer to Ms. Rosenfeld as she is your board-appointed treasurer and the preparer of the report.
Good evening. As to date, I have not received any funds, not $1 for homecoming. So any money that was, so any money that may have been collected, received, has not been handed to me.
Okay. What group in ECAF was the ones who fundraised that money that we are expecting to make the necessary deposit? What student activity club are we expecting to make the deposit of such funds?
As it relates to homecoming?
As it relates to ECAF, yes. So if it's deposited if the homecoming money is deposited into the ECAF account, what club will it go to?
The individuals making the advisor making the deposit will inform us as to which club it gets allocated to.
Okay. So, do we have a thought on what could be essentially out there, or no? in terms of, do we have a feel for what might have been raised at homecoming? Because they were selling chicken dinners and all that other stuff.
No, the answer is no.
Okay. So with that being said, will there be any directives or anything coming from Board of Education, superintendent, or administration with respect to the homecoming funds, and where are they? Because according to this report, which we have to accept, which will be the record of the district and it's fallable, it says that the homecoming funds have not been received. And that was October.
So here again, the board appointed treasurer is asked for the information, for the documentation, and it hasn't been complied with, as is stated in the report.
I defer to Trustee Brown.
I just want to know, like, what's the process? Like, what do? What is the process of turning in the funds?
You raise money, you make a deposit slip, you turn in the money.
Who makes the deposit?
The student treasurer and class advisor. And within 48 to 72 hours,
They're supposed to turn in the money. See? Okay.
and get receipts, so on and so forth from us, that they turn it in, and the treasurer makes sure it gets deposited in the bank and assigned to the right club.
Question.
They were asked
Go ahead.
how many times to turn in the money?
How many times were they asked to turn in the money? I'm sorry, but I do not ask for money to be turned in. That's a policy and procedure that they follow. Any single dollar that is handed to them is supposed to be recorded and deposited within a timely manner.
Can you answer a question for me? How many times have you received any money for this? You know, like not just for the homecoming, for just anything they have had?
I would have to look at my general ledger for exact notes.
I'm sorry, trustee, when you say they, which?
I'm talking about high school or...
High school in general?
High school, middle school, anybody.
All right, I don't know if you have your treasurer's report with you.
I don't.
But in that treasurer's report, it lists how much money has been deposited this school year for by each club.
Okay.
And every month you get the report, it tells you in that month how much was deposited for just that month in that club.
Okay.
So, for an example, so far this school year through November,
Okay.
$23,626.94 was deposited into ECAP accounts.
Okay.
All right. Of that 23,000, 21,523 was deposits on behalf of the class of 2026.
Okay.
Much, if not most of that coming through the My School Books account.
Okay.
Now, it also tells us what the disbursements were for the year by club, and then individually for the month of November. So, 23,000 has come in, let's say, for the year through November. 7,400 has gone out.
Okay.
In the month of November, $5,203 went out. For the class of 2026 in particular, nothing has gone out.
Okay. Thank you.
Nor has a request been made through the check disbursement process.
Okay.
Do I need to repeat that, or everybody got that? Any questions on that?
You answered what I want to hear, and I hear it tonight. Okay.
The school store? Is that what you're asking about? The school store. If there were money dispersed for the school store, for example, it would be dispersed from the class of 2026 because it's our understanding and belief that the class of 2026 operates and benefits from the school store.
They said that the money was deposited in the school store account. The what?
My school bus. Okay.
School bus.
Right, yeah. Again, of the 21,000 that's been deposited so far this year for the class of 2026, most, and you got the exact numbers, I'm going to get this report through November, that's essentially my school bucks. Yes.
Next question that I have here is that in the notes section of this report, it says My School Bucks ACHS bank statement does not report detail of sender, student package chosen, and the class of, whether it be 6, 7, or 8, and etc. So my question is in looking at that, who then we then rely upon to know the specific information as to who gave what? Since I guess My School Bucks would be sort of like the middleman, so to speak, and when they release, I'm only using my general understanding and not what the district has, because I haven't seen anything. But does that mean then that it will show on the bank statement as a deposit from My School Bucks? And you would have to go in, do you have to go into the system and see who's getting what? And the reason I'm asking this question, because we have parents out there who received a notice from My School Bucks saying that they have a balance. However, they have paid the necessary packages in completion, whether it be a $1,500 package, they gave all their money.
Mr. Moore, she didn't state that when she spoke, that she had a balance.
Pardon me? It had nothing, no, the person that I'm referring to wasn't even here tonight. So my question is, when My School Bucks does the deposit into the school account, ACH, I believe that means wire transfer, correct? Okay. So when the wire transfer goes through, is there a way that the district can then see through My School Bucks who gave what, or is that on the class advisor or the manager of the school lunch fund? Who?
My School Bucks has a report.
Okay. Got it. So from where we sit, we know that there's, according to this report then, the way I take it, that there's a pot of money that's coming in through My School Bucks, and it's not at this present time verifiable as to who gave what, but you have to be some type of digging to see, or other parameters to see who gave what.
I believe My School Bucks report that may be available would indicate who the contributor was in the dollar amount.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it tells us what the contribution is for, though, or not.
There are packages
In the My School Bucks,
in the My School Bucks platform.
Right.
There are reports. There is a detailed report that does specify the student receiving, the assigned student, the amount, and the package that was picked. But it is not on the bank statement.
Okay, so, and then one last question I have, and then I'm done. As a follow-up to that, it also says that there's a lack of proper support and documentation for deposits, non-compliant in the following clubs: Latinos Unidos, class of 2026, school store, and marching band. So with the lack of proper support and documentation for deposits, what exactly is the district looking for when there is a deposit made? That would be a deposit slip.
When a deposit is made, I need to know, the district is looking for supporting documentation. What specifically were the source of the funds, and what specifically are those funds raised for?
Thank you. Thank you. And that should help the statement that was given earlier. And it should also, even though no one's here, but I hope that they're watching, that it should provide some clarity that was rightfully owed to those who put the money in the account.
I have a question really quick. Just for clarity, so I understand. In the My School Books, if we was to say right now as a board, give them back the money for the trip, you can see each person who paid and what they paid for in My School Books?
There is a report that specifies who the payor was.
Okay, because when I asked that question once before in a conversation, maybe you didn't understand what I was asking. Maybe I wasn't clear, but I was told you didn't see who it was. That's why you needed the advisors to give you the information to be explicit on what's being paid and who it goes to in My School Books.
I, as the district treasurer, was able to get a log on, and I
Okay.
went in and I logged in and I saw what was available
Okay.
through the report to get this information. But I, as an ECAF treasurer, am not responsible for each club, like,
Okay.
specifically.
Madam Chair, for the audit committee,
Yes.
this was in part prompted by that inquiry.
Right. At that moment in time, no.
I would just like to know what is My School Bucks? Because I keep hearing this, but I don't know
Okay.
exactly what it is. And who controls My School Bucks?
Okay, so I'm going to try to do the best of this that I can with the knowledge that I have. So, My School Bucks is a platform that the district uses initially for cafeteria, so that the students go to the register, let's say, at the point of sale, and there's money deposited into that student account, therefore they don't have to use, let's say, cash. So, I don't know who, whatever family member, brother, sister, goes into the app, signs into the app, assigns, sends money to that student's account for the cafeteria. It was used, I don't know how it came about, but there's an option in there now, back in, I think, last March of 25 around, that the senior class trip was also an option. So now you can not only sign in for cafeteria, you can go to My School Bucks as a platform and use it to deposit to your student dues or package or anything like that.
Do we know who created this?
It's a commercial package. A lot of school districts use it. for different
Right.
purposes.
Yes.
It originally was, it's originally for cafeteria, as the treasurer stated, but the school district saw the advantage, and parents see the advantage of not having to send their child to school with, some amount of money. They just put it in their account for whatever specific purpose it's
I have one more question. So now that you have access into My School Bucks, can you also see when this package first got a payment on it? Does it show you that information for the senior trip?
Yes.
It shows you the first time a payment hit.
Yes.
Do you know offhand, I know you don't have the information in front of you, but do you remember when the first time money came in for that?
I want to say around March 27th of 25.
Okay.
I ran the report from January of 20, I ran a report from January 1st of 25 through January 20th of 25. Of 26, which is yesterday.
Okay.
And the first one was, I want to say, end of March.
Thank you.
25.
So then my question for this is really a statement for the sake of the record, is that if you look at the report that the Board of Education received so it was the April Treasurer's report, it did not disclose any collection of money for 2020, the class of 2026. You weren't the treasurer at the time, but it's all good. But in that report, there was no reporting that would substantiate that there was money that was collected for the class of 2026. So when I hear these things out in the community and they're saying, hey, we've been paying since March, some parents say I pay $100 a month, and I'm saying I can't find it. But okay, I don't have any more questions. Thank you so much. You've been a great help.
Can we move on? Where are we now?
You have to vote on it.
Thank you.
Board of Education work session, voting session. Be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby approves.
Point of order, we have to approve the resolution.
I missed that.
Thank you, Vice President Baker. You had the 11A4 Treasury report on the floor. Morris with the first,
Morris and
Baker with
Baker.
the second.
Yeah.
And now we're ready for the vote.
Those in favor? Those opposed, those abstaining, 600. Board of Education, number 5. Be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby approves the following trustees to attend the NYSAB PRHAL 55th Annual Legislative Conference in Albany to be held from February 13, 2026 to February 15, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $1,700 per trustee and expenses including registration fees, daily travel and transportation costs, meal reimbursement not to exceed $75 per day, and hotel accommodations, and hereby authorize the board president to execute an authorization regarding the same. First, second, question?
Yes, who will be going?
Probably don't have all the names
Oh,
yet.
I do. I'm sorry. That was a error on the printout was left blank to be filled in, but I have Trustee Brenda Moore and Trustee Shamika Brown attending.
Those in favor?
One other question. Sorry, with respect to the meal reimbursement or the meal allowance, is this $75 amounts, according to the GSA, I forget what they call it, but the federal government, they're the ones who set the rate. Is this in compliance with that rate?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Meal allowance,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
And I have a question. Reimbursement. Mr. Wilson, I'm not sure, but I think I remember you saying you put in for your reimbursement, it should be within 3 days, or am I wrong? Because like when we travel and
we appreciate it within 3.
Huh?
We would appreciate it within 3 days, but we will accept it up through 30 days.
30, huh? I gotta wait for my money 30 days.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying how much time do you have to submit it?
No, if I submit it, how many days is it before I receive my money?
I was going to say something flippant, but I won't.
You said flip. You can flip it. You can flip it at this time.
No. We pay vendors twice a month.
So we go by the payment of school calendar as far as.
Correct.
It's not. How long does it take you to get your money?
Well, I'll give you an example. Let's say that
I think
there's a payday. There's a vendor pay next Tuesday, for example. In order for us to pay someone next Tuesday or Wednesday per schedule, that information would have had been submitted and approved 2 weeks ago.
Submitted and approved. What you mean?
And put it in the win cap, gone through the process, and so on and so forth.
So if someone is going on this trip February 13th to the 15th, okay, that's a weekend. And I come back on maybe by the 20th, and I put in my receipts. How long would it take me to get my money?
If you wanted to get it on February 25th, your receipts would have, when's the trip? I'm sorry, when's the trip end?
It ended on the 15th, so that's a weekend, so you give me Monday, Tuesday, or whatever. Maybe by the 20th, I put in my
All right, based on the calendar, let's see, paydays that week is going to would be the 27th, which means conceivably, because you're who you are, as long as it's there by February 18th, it can get paid to you by February 25th. If you were somebody else.
Okay, board members that's going, you hear that? Get your receipts in, you can get your money within a week.
We don't have to be there. No. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. Let me back up. We're closed the week of the 16th.
You want to back up?
We are closed the week of the 16th, so.
I said if I have my receipts in by the 20th.
We're not here that week.
Huh?
There's nobody.
School is closed.
That's recess week.
Oh, that whole week? Oh, that's the winter recess.
Yeah. Y'all picked the wrong time to go. Well, you picked the wrong time to go and ask for reimbursement real quick. But I know you don't. But anyway, So, Madam Vice President, what that would mean, is that reimbursement would occur on March 11th, provided that you get things in no later than February 25th. I'm talking what I'm talking. If it's in the system, if it's turned in, put into the system, on or before February 25th, the internal claims auditor will be here on March 10th. I'm sorry, March 10th, and if he approves, if the internal claims auditor approves it, the check will be cut March 11th. Just don't take it to the bank till March 12th or 13th. I'm sorry, just for all board members, a good rule of thumb is it should not take more than 30 days from start to finish.
I had a first and a second. Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? The count is 6-0-0. Okay. All right, just have one more, or two more. I'm not gonna read all, work session, voting session. Where is that? I have to read all that?
No, you could just ask for a motion for 11 and 6, or if the board wants to table it, we can make a motion.
Okay, could I get a motion for, first for resolution number 11A6?
Morris with a friendly amendment to the date of not no later than January 28th. I said Morris will first it, and I'm also going to put forth a friendly amendment, change the date down in the last paragraph on the first page from January 21st to the 28th.
Oh, when I just asked about reimbursement.
Yeah. So do you want to vote on this, or do you want to table it?
No, let's wait on this. No, and when we're trying to still make the trip happen. We're still trying to make the trip happen, so we're not going to vote on this yet. Second what? That's what it said, we're going to table it.
So we're tabling this?
Yes, we're not voting on it tonight. Withdraw it or table, which one?
Mr. Trustee Morris, do you withdraw your first so that we could have a motion to table?
I do not.
Okay. So we have a first, we don't have a second yet.
Baker?
Which one are you seconding right now? What you're doing is seconding Morris's motion to.
Those in favor?
I just have one question, or just more of a statement. We've heard from parents who have given their money. We've heard from students who are questioning the money that their parents put in this account and worked hard. This is their money at the end of the day. Now, with respect to the logistics and the planning of the trip, this is up to the school district. However, we currently stand on what has been presented to us at this time. It does not fall under the purposes, as was stated earlier in the statement, it does not fall under the purpose of a school-sponsored trip, and thus the money should be returned at this time until the school district, that would be central administration and the advisors, able to work out the issues at hand and come to an agreement on what the trip should or could look like. But until then, I do believe in what this resolution says is that the portion that was collected for the trip be returned. The portion that was collected for the trip be returned, and that is in the paragraph that says, now therefore be it resolved. All funds collected in connection with the trip. So if you paid for other senior activities, it does not say that that money is to be returned. It is to say that all funds in connection to the trip be returned.
Mr. Morris, I didn't hear from anyone who spoke requesting a return of their monies.
Yeah,
They
did.
want to know where their monies are, but no one has asked for reimbursement thus far. They were, I assumed that they were in agreement since that we're trying to work out something.
The first speaker, Ms. Davis.
She didn't say she wanted her money back.
She did.
She said that no. That's right, not reimbursement. Right, and then in other words, the district released the money. She's thinking that the district is holding the money. So we just put it on the floor.
So according to the treasurer's report that we just went over 10 minutes
not going
ago,
over and
there's
over.
$35,000 sitting in the account for the class of 2026. According to this resolution, it says that it would be up to the advisors to substantiate and give a proper accounting on who donated what, and that the money would then be returned to the persons who put it in the account. I don't think that this is hard to understand.
It's not that it's hard to understand, Trustee Morris. It's just that I made a decision to abstain, and I completely can read this with comprehension and appreciate you submitting it. I just choose not to go with this. I want to see what comes out of the meeting with Central and the advisors, whatever they can do. After up to the 28th is when I'll make a decision on which way I'm moving.
I have to call for a vote. So those in favor of this resolution, those opposed, Baker.
Corbin.
Those abstaining. Okay. So the count is, what is it? 2, 2, 4, 2. What is the count? 2, 2, 2.
The count is. Who favor? The count is 2 in favor, Morris and Holder. We have 2 opposed, Baker and Corbin, and 2 abstaining, Brown and Moore.
A point of order, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I'm going to go on the record. And what I'm going to say is this, is that the meetings that we would like to have take place has to deal with the class advisors and central administration. The money that has been collected by these persons, or it has been donated, or sorry, given by parents and guardians. This is their money. Until the school district is able to work out the logistics of the trip in order to make it a school-sponsored trip, the school district should not be in receipt of the money that belongs to the parents. It's this simple.
We've already voted.
Give them the money back. But at the end of the day, hey, it is what it is.
Amen.
They'll be at the next meeting.
For purposes of advice of legal counsel. So could I get a motion for, no, exec session? First? Can I get a first for exec?
Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that Trustee Morris is going to depart from this meeting because I just can't sit here any longer, and I'd like to maintain my elected seat. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Morris is being excused. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out.
Schemes are being excused.
Ms. Baker? Ms. Baker?